All right. Hello, hello, hello. Greetings and welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. Hello, Zany. Thank you for the lurk. Good to see you. Good to have you here. We are here. 'Tis been a day already. It has been Monday. It has been Monday, yes. Right. Sure. So, weekend was crazy. Luckily, we got to be a bit productive yesterday in the membership channel. Thank you guys for being there. I had a lot of IRL stuff to handle, basically. Some family commitments to attend to. So, yay. It was busy, but it was happy busy. And today, our plan is to be in Blender for a little bit to work on the sword for Zany. That is the plan. So, we have two things that we need to do in order to get that right. So the first thing is we need to make sure that we have actually got the correct length on the weapon in question so that we build it to the correct scale. And then the second thing we need to do is actually go in and build the thing. So, let us have a look at what we've got in terms of all of our bits and pieces, and then we will take it from there. And it needs me to reset a thing. One moment, please. Come on. Activate. Okay, it's doing the dumb. Why are you doing the dumb? Okay, why is this thing now doing the dumb? It was working 5 minutes ago. Ay. Nothing is ever straightforward. When in doubt, plug it out, plug it back in again. Deactivate. Pick something else. Okay. There we go, now we've got it. There we go, now we've got it fixed. And a whole bunch of stuff decided that it wanted to no longer be functional, wow. There we go. Now everything is back where it needs to be. Yes, okay, we're all functional again now. Woohoo! Let me see, are you going to do what I need you to do? No, you're not. So I've got to do it manually. I'm going to park over here for now. Okay. So, the first thing that we need to do is we need to assess how long the sword has actually got to be. So, first things first, we're going to just make sure that we've got the correct layers sorted. Yeah, because I definitely just dragged those all over the show. Whoops. So, we're going to start by aligning that with the underside of the heel, because that is a good measurement point. And I'm going to pull this on top. Just need to make sure that I've actually got my reference in the right place. Otherwise, this is going to be a little bit crazy. And I'm showing you guys the entire setup from the word go, because otherwise it feels a little bit difficult to follow, I think. So move that on top. There we go. And I'm just going to hide the scabbard for a bit. Align like so. So that proportionately let me just grab something that I can see. Something like that. So that is our measurement for the sword length times 2 times 2 is too much. The lag is just catching me at the moment. Adjust. Do not keep aspect ratio. Height, let's make that 50. So it's not quite 1.5. Let's see. Let's drop this here. Anchor this from the bottom. And then adjust our vertical ratio down so that we can figure out what is the height of the sword relative to the height of the character. And I think it's this 1.57. $1.58. Yeah, 1.58. Okay. So now we need to do the backwards math. Of character height to sword height. So, character height is, according to our reference information. Over here, I should have done this math earlier. I did not think. With my brain, clearly. 173. So if that's 173, and that ratio was 0.58. I hope I am not remembering stupidly. Okay. So if we're going 173 centimeters divide by 158 units of height on our character here, that gives us a number, and if we go that times 100, that gives us 109.49, which means that that height should be 109.49 for the sword. I hope my arithmetic is right. It looks like it should be approximately right. Yes, that looks like it should be approximately right. That looks like the right sort of stuff, because it is definitely more than a meter. So that is the number that we need to keep in mind. Okay, so first things first, let's go to Blender then. So I have opened up a scene and saved it as. I have not removed anything from it. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually not going to delete our default cube. Gasp! Once again, we're actually going to use it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here, and we are going to turn on our screencast keys for a starter. Then, actually, why screencast keys? Why are you sitting all the way over there? I want you to be a little bit more that way. Thank you. So we're going to put that on 0. And then this number, which is our height, we're going to put on 109.49. Just over a meter. There we go. So this is going to be our height guide. There we go. And save. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add a image, which is going to be a reference image, which is going to be this, which is definitely too big. So we're going to take that and we're going to scale it down until our blade is as tall as this box. Because when it's the size of this box, it will be scaled appropriately. All right. Then we drop that there so that it's more or less on our center. them over here. Opacity, reduce that to 0.4. There we go. Now we should be able to just adjust to make sure that it is in fact centered a little bit better. Nope. And I think that's almost as good as I'm going to get that. Almost, almost, almost. That's as good as I'm going to get it. Okay. So this is our reference, and I'm just going to make sure that we've got our selection objects visible. Okay, and now I'm going to make a new collection. This is going to be our sword. There we go. And let's start modeling. Woohoo! Just want to check again that we have in fact got it to the correct height. Yes. Within all reasonable margins, we have definitely got it in the right place. Okay. So, first things first, we're going to add a... Where are we going to start? Let's start with the easy stuff and block that out. So, I'm going to start with a plane. Let's start with plane, which we're going to call the blade. There we go. And we're going to go into our edit mode. Select everything. Rotate 90. There we go. Put you guys on 0. Pull you guys down to about there. Put that on 0. Bring you guys to about there. Okay, first step in place. Cool. Now come up here, grab everything that's on 0, and just pull it out just a little bit. I want this to be... yeah, 3mm should be enough. I like round numbers, let's put it like that. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add a modifier, and it's going to be a modifier mirror, and it's going to be both X and Y. And I want to be able to see everything. So now we should have... I just want to move this back so that it doesn't get in the way as we are rotating around what we're looking at. Okay. grab you, mesh, normals, recalculate outside. There we go. So now we have that object. Come over here again. There we go. Now I can see everything there. Cool. Now we can come back in here and go and start actually shaping this up a little bit. What I do want to do is I want to put this in a sort of a steel mat cap. And I want to see I want to see the wireframe. Studio. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go loop cut. Oi. Loop cut. Drop you up here for a start. And loop cut. Like that. No, I'm making a mistake. I want this loop cut to be here. And I want this one to be here. Like so. Alright, that gives me the first step, foundations of what I need for our tang. And I want a loop cut here. And we're going to go scale Y. Like so. And on our modifier, clipping on. There we go. Now these are going to come in here. And like so. And I will come back to the tip of the blade. For now, what I want to do is I want to move that down. Move that up. Let's see what we can do about softening these edges. Right, now what I want to do is I want to grab these ones, and I just want to pull them out a little bit more. Something like that. Is this maybe still too narrow? I feel like it might just be. Okay. Starting to get somewhere. Now the next thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to sort out this bottom edge. Let's make this look like something. So, what I want to do is I want to start by putting another set of loops in here. Merge there. That's also not quite right. Okay. Now what I need to do is I need to grab everything that is towards the center like this. That is all of the correct ones, right? Not yet. Okay. And I need to go scale x0 here to make sure that that is flat. I want that piece to have a flat profile. Okay. Hide this for a moment. Okay. Actually, what's gonna give me the best shiny? That's gonna give me the better shinies. Okay. That's gonna give me the better shinies to see what I'm doing. Grab everything, mesh, shading. Smooth faces. Grab edge, grab edge. Mark sharp. There we go. So that's got now some distinction from what's happening over there. Now, the next thing that needs to happen is we need to carve out this fuller. So we're going to grab this and we're going to hit inset faces. Goodness, not that much. No, I should not have done that while I was not zoomed in. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now we grab this edge, delete it. Y0. There we go. And then here we're gonna go scale Z, like that. Now if we go to the bottom, we should have a similar sort of a spacing. Hopefully. Yes, okay. That one, we're going to go dissolve vertices. There we go. And that was a hydrate. So everyone, time to acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. There we go. So far, so good. And reset the timer. Just like so. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, next job in the queue is gonna be grabbing those two again. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna just pull them in because their job is to reduce weight while retaining structural integrity. our edge on the fuller. And we go edge, mark, sharp. There we go. Go into object node so that we can see how it's behaving. Wireframe off so that we can just see how the lighting is acting. There we go. So far, so good. So far, so good. Okay. A great deal still to do, but we're getting there. So wireframe back on. I'm just going to reduce its opacity so that it's not overpowering. There we go. Now the next thing that I want to do is look at this. Like so. Just want to make this edge a little bit blunter. That should do the trick. And now I want to make those edges sharp. So that that is nicely defined as well. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. Good. Good. Now, I could smooth this out with a subdivision surface modifier, but I don't really want to because I find that relying too much on subdivision surface modifiers can make things very messy early on in a process. So, Prahazek, hello, welcome in. Ooh, a sword, indeed. We are indeed working on Zany's sword. Very fancy sword. It's been a long time since I've modeled a sword. Yeah, it's a good sort of a thing to do every now and again to stay in practice. Because bladed weapons are kind of a staple in terms of things that generally need to be modeled. My very first 3D model was a basic dagger. Ooh. Honestly, that is very, very legit. I cannot for the life of me remember what my first 3D model was that I did. Not for the life of me. Could not tell you. Okay. That should be a little bit neater. How's our shiny over there? Looking reasonable. Still looking reasonable. Okay. Alright. I do want to soften this curve a little bit as well still, so let's do that. That's still looking a little bit very clunky, and bleh, it could be better. There we go. Then we're gonna pull in like such. Because at this point it doesn't need to have too much extra madness going along there. But okay. Methinks first portion is good for phase 1 of our model. That's looking reasonable. It's looking decent. Let's go out of matcap. And let's start working with a little bit on our materials. I'm gonna go with slightly bluish. let's go. That is too green. A little bit shinier. Not too shiny, but it mustn't be like mirror gloss shiny, but it needs to have a bit of decent shine to it. There we go. That will do. Now we come over here, hide our blade, and move on to the next object, which is gonna be our let's work on our hand guard and the dragon, because that's going to be the complicated bit. That's going to be the part that is going to make people pull out the pitchforks at me if I am not making sense on how I'm doing the thing. So, first things first, we're going to begin with a plane. And we're going to also select our silver material. And we're going to go edit. And we're going to go scale, down, up here. Let's start with this. Now, when it comes to what's happening on this other view, I am improvising quite significantly, but that's fine. Okay. And let's go scale Y, reduce here, move that in. There we go. I can probably simplify this, can't I? Yes, I can. Or am I being premature? I think I'm being premature. Let me leave that. I can always simplify after I have determined exactly what I'm going to need on the other view. Let's see. Rapadadam. Now, here, this looks like it's slightly... That will work in terms of giving us some initial angle. Alex, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Doing okay? Sleep has escaped me, but I'm just gonna cook to pass the time. Oh, shame. I hope that you managed to get some rest. It's late in your iteration of reality right now, so I understand the frustration when slumber escapes. But I hope you enjoy your meal. Hopefully that brings some comfort. I need to be up early, so if I sleep now, I wouldn't wake up in time. Oh no! Oh no. That sucks. Yeah. How early is early? Because if you can catch like 3 hours, it's better than nothing. Says the person who lives in 3-hour shifts of sleep at a time, roughly. Sure, I do 2 of those a day, roughly, but still. Six hours from now? Yeah, but I know my body and it just shuts down when I do sleep, so... okay, so... Power nap is not coded into your hardware. Noted. It's either 9 hours or nothing. Oh, wow. Okay. Best of luck in that case. Okay, am I putting the cart before the horse a little bit here? Potentially. Let me rather start by looking at the actual hand guard. So, object mode, add, mesh. Okay, cube will also work. Cube will also work. Why have I got that open now? Go away. I'll live. I'm clearing a family member's attic later, so after a good workout, I can just sleep the rest of the day. That's helpful. That's helpful. Knowing that you have got the opportunity to nap later. Definitely helpful. Ooh, sword. Indeed. We are working on Zany's family blade. Family heirloom blade. Okay, so are we back? Are we back? It says reconnection successful. Okay. Yeah, so little disclaimer, guys, because that reminded me, that dropout completely reminded me. They put another shovel through the internet cable again yesterday. Yeah, they put another shovel through the internet cable yesterday. There is a nearby construction site, and it's like every 2 weeks they're digging in the same spot as new contractors come in, and it means that the entire area is dealing with this one construction site that has zero planning happening by the looks of things, because there's always another contractor digging in the same spot and digging up the cables. Because no one thought of just sinking a thick pipe that they could throw all of the necessary stuff in at once, so they wouldn't have to dig it all up again. Planning, I don't think, is necessarily very high in the skill trees of some of these projects. Needless to say, my entire neighborhood is up in arms about it. But the problem is that even changing the ISP won't necessarily do anything, because all of the cables run through the exact same place, regardless of who the service provider is. Roll on satellite internet, please become legal. And that is a hydrate timer. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. Okay. We are getting there with this. When I've got this curvature sorted, then we'll look at the width of this thing and see how we're going to handle its cross-section properly. Yeah, that's wide. That's too wide. By long and a ways. And I know why. Doing. Let's start by just moving you in there. Like that. And like that. Just a note, I think part of the why the gem still looks faceted from a distance is because of the hard edges it has when set in. Yeah, the shape of the steel surrounding it does give the illusion of facets quite a lot. Like... It does give the illusion of facets, so we're going to basically be relying a little bit on the roundness of the actual cabochon. Cabochon? I don't know which is the correct pronunciation. When it comes to actually showing, oh, this is in fact not a faceted thing. Which in 3D is a lot easier than in 2D. Alright, what I want to do is I want to grab that, okay, and I want to go edge, bevel. I want 2 of those, and I want something like that. Let's see. That's nice and soft. Okay, I can roll with that. Merge at last. Something like that, okay. Now, let's just have comparison, because otherwise we're working in a vacuum, and that's not good. So, now what we need to do is we need to just narrow this ever so slightly, I think. Because how wide is this? It's like 1.5 centimeters. That's way too wide. So let's go scale X 0.5 and move this in. Like that. Subdivide you, subdivide you, subdivide you, join, join, join. Okay, let's just hide this for a moment and go out so that we can see. It would help if I go Object, Shade Auto Smooth. There we go. And let's see. That needs a little bit more help over here, I see. This should also have been beveled. Ugh. Okay. Delete those faces. I'll deal with that. Delete that edge. Dissolve those vertices. Bridge those edge loops. Merge at last. Pull you out. There we go. Something like that. Let's just pull this forward because I'm not liking that curve. Let's soften that a little. There we go. That's better. How's this looking? That's looking much, much, much better. Okay. First part of our hand guard is almost there. Ew, what's with this wobble? What's with this wobble? Good grief. No, that'll not do. Still a bit of a wobble right there. What's going on? I know what happened. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. That's a better curve on that hand guard. Okay. Relative width is looking decent as well. It's good and sturdy. I will see, probably I might reduce the width of the space. We'll see what happens. Maybe, maybe. Okay, this is gonna be hand guard base. Material is gonna be silver. And now what we need to do is come over here. And what I want to do is I want to open up this, delete that face because it's going to get in the way from here. Extrude that to here. And here. Okay. That will work. Shrink this down. Roughly like that. Very, very, very roughly. Hide that. Okay, now grab these. No, not that way. There we go. Extrude. Grab you like that. Okay. Grab those two. Full. Now, what I want to do is I want to go in here. Inset. Just a smidge. There we go. Subdivide. Full. Full. And delete edge. Move you inward. Slide vertices. Was I being dumb? Yes, I was being dumb. I don't need to inset this. Extrude. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to make that a sharp edge. I just want to see what's happening here. From this point it's getting quite flat. That's fine. Okay. Alright, I think it's time for a hydrate because I forgot to reset my... Okay. Internet is really struggling. We're currently working on a 5G modem. That my dad actually uses for his work most of the time. And the signal is sometimes choppy. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to grab these, which would be on the outside of this line of madness. Till about here, yes. And I want to go pull it out and rotate it. Something like this. No. Undo, undo. I want all of these. There we go. Something like that. Okay. Grab you. And go scale Y. Push you back. Scale Y. Push you back. Okay. I do not want that loop to go the whole way around there. Cancel that. So let's see, where can I make a nice break? Here. And let's go scale Z0. Turn that off for a moment. What I want to do here something like that. Okay, now let's just switch off the modifier for a moment so that I can see what twisted madness happened here, because that's grim. Delete that vertex. Delete that vertex. Merge at last. Merge at last. How does that look? It looks like it's working. Okay. So now we've got a top row that'll give us the remaining spikes, which is exactly 1, but it's fine. Now we can look at terminating this lot. Okay, so that's going to be 1, 2 should be, and let's make it 3 at least. This is needing help still. Okay. Let's hide that for a bit because it's actually just confusing me. And switch that back on. Wait. I had extras. That would break things. That would break things. Okay, so those must go away. I do not want those faces there, because they're just going to cause errors with normals. Rapidum. Wait, what's going on here? Okay, dissolve that edge, because I don't need it. Okay, that works. That looks like we have finally got something resembling the right shape. It's still a little bit wobbly on this corner though. So this needs to come out more. As does that. Okay, now let's see how that behaves. That's looking reasonable. Yeah, that's looking reasonable. Starting to get someplace. Okay. Save button. Save button is in order. And hand stretches. Yeah. Eep. Eep, 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 eep. Okay. Also, I need to do that. And that. And where is it? And that, because the internet dropouts are causing things to break. There we go. Okay. I really hurt my pinky mouse stupidly. That's wild. Okay. So we've got beginnings of the lower jaw, we've got the beginnings of the spine, and we've got the blade. So now we need to add the last two spikes. Okay, now over here we're going to do subdivide like that. And a join. Okay, now the one in the middle. It was working out of order, surely did not cause anyone to have any sort of mild OCD attack, surely. If it did, I apologize. Okay, hide you. Let's see. Okay, that's behaving itself. Starting to get somewhere. Now, what I want to do is just ease up these leading edges. And save button. Okay. So, that is the spine sorted. Still got to do the throat. But what needs to happen over here is we actually need to start widening this as well. But for that we need our actual hilt. So let's begin with this. Add cylinder. I do not need a radius of 1 meter. 0.1 and a depth of 0.1, and I do not need 32. I can get away with 24. Let's see, how big is that? That's good enough for a start. That's actually flipping close for a start. Okay. I'll take that. That's not bad. I'll take that. Okay. That was a hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest save for consumption beverages. And take a sip. Hey. We're starting to look more like a weapon now. Woohoo! The coffee is gone, so we're now on water. And I will do the leather wrap as a separate object. There we go. And also actually what I want to do is I want to just take this extra one and I just want to put it on the gold metal as well. Rename this one to gold. And we're gonna go just a little bit less saturation there, otherwise it looks obnoxious. And object, shade, auto smooth, there we go. Actually this needs to be in the silver, I just needed to make the gold material, so there we go. And roughness, what was that, 311? Let's make it 3.5 and 3.5, otherwise it's going to annoy the living daylights out of me. That they are not the same level of shiny. And, yeah, okay. So now we've got our first guideline for how wide anything needs to be. That's helpful. We've now got a width guideline to work with. So here we can now come over here and grab from you this entire set up until there and pull you out, because this as a minimum needs to be this wide. Till about there. From here it can start to taper back down. Okay, Now grab these. Okay, getting places, getting places. Not quite, not quite. Like that. Almost. Let's just hide that for a moment. I want to see. How does this respond? That's not too shabby. That'll do, that'll do, that'll do. The joys of incorporating organic shapes in hard surface modeling, right? Ay, ay, ay. Still, it's a lot better than trying to do this blind. As a 2D illustrator, trying to figure out, okay, how to interpret all of those shapes. without any real reference to the contours involved. That would not do. Okay. That'll work, that'll work, that'll work, that'll work. Now I need to close up this throat. So how do I want to work this? Start with that. Extrude. And like so. Straightforward and to the point. Okay, I can work with that. I can work with that. And pull that in like so. Okay, hide the hilt for a moment so that I can get this curvature right and nice. First step, take that, fill. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3. Like that. Merge. Okay. Grab you. Pull you out like so. And down like so. There we go. And adjust like that. Okay. I could have afforded to bring that down a little bit more. Let's see, what can I do? 1, 2, 3. Subdivide. Join. And where's what I'm looking for? Slide. There we go. No. Join. And dissolve. You come up. And you go there. How's it looking? It's almost there. It's almost there. Hide that for a bit. Alright. We are making good progress. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Okay. That is our dragon throat. Almost done. Now we just need to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 loops in here. Rotate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Grab those and bridge edge loops. Fine. It was reading those two as the same loop. Okay, that ought to do the trick for that piece. Yeah, are we happy? I think so. That is looking like how I would expect it to look. Object mode. Back here. Hilt. I'm going to probably need to do a cut on this hilt so that it's at an angle, so that it does not poke out the top there. But now we can also see how wide the jaw is, which is good. And we're going to go shade auto smooth here. There we go. Still needs work on the top gold section before I touch that really, but it's getting places. We're getting places. Now. The next thing is going to be I can't decide. Should we do the gold body plate first, or should we do the cross guard first? Like, the cross guard is going to need cutouts and booleans, so I think I'll save that for later. Let's see what we can do in terms of getting as much of the aesthetic stuff down. And then I will do the engineering that is the cross guard, because that's engineering. This is just aesthetics, and that's arguably a little easier, which is a slightly terrifying thought. Okay. Add mesh. Plain. We're gonna call this hand guard. I can type. Hand guard wings, we're going to make that gold. Edit mode, grab everything. Pull you up. Scale you down. Move you this way. Add mirror modifier on the x-axis and clip. There we go. Start up here, like that. And little angle so that I can see. All right. So first things first, we're going to put this in here. Just laying the foundation of this top region first, and then we'll move sideways. But I think what I'm going to do to save myself sanity in this particular case is I'm going to add the solidify modifier. Like that, yeah. And I'm also going to add the subdivision surface modifier to this one. One split should be enough in both cases. Object mode, shade auto smooth. However, I'm going to hide the subdivision surface for a bit and just focus on getting this placement sorted. Okay, so first job, loop cut to there, grab no. First, give ourselves just enough space on either side. Wait. Actually, no, I'm going to leave that one there. Okay, have we got those splits in good places now? Yes. Okay, cool. Grab. Not that one. Grab. Goodbye. As well as you. Okay, that'll have to do for now. I'll figure out exactly the order in this of those details in a bit. Okay, for now, let's look at this. Ba-bum. This is all quite narrow still. Okay. Let's see, now, over here, this needs to come up. And that needs to come down so that it's a bit sharper. Okay. That needs to go up. That needs to go up. That needs to go up. That needs to go in. And now we grab this slot up until about here. Now we need to grab this whole lot. The entire thing. And extrude and pull it out. Grab that lot and pull it back so that there is a little bit of a flatter edge on the top. Maybe not quite so flat. There we go. Select shortest path. And just nudge this ever so slightly that way. There we go. Good. Okay. Now this, we're going to pull forward and down and out quite significantly. And fill. And pull that out quite significantly. And pull that out quite significantly. Maybe not that significantly. Okay. Now, from where is this going to start spreading sideways? From about here. Okay, how's that working? Getting good? Getting good? Getting better? How's that shape turning out? Ew. Can't do that. Okay. So now is the slightly terrifying job of the wings. What was I thinking? Legitimately, what was I thinking? It'll look good when it works, I just need to get it to that stage. Let's just trust in that, shall we? Yeah, let's do that. Let's focus on knowing where we're going and working towards that. Okay, reasonable. Reasonable. Okay, that's so far better than anticipated. So far better than anticipated. Okay. Whew. Curvature is okay, but it needs to be... That is not right. Not by long and a ways. Okay. And half of that issue comes from the fact that I've got totally the wrong shape. That I'm trying to work with here. So let me start with this. Undo, undo, undo. How many loop cuts am I gonna need? 1, 2, 3. Like so. Get rid of that. And that. Okay, slowly starting to get more close to the right shape. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Starting to get more close to the right shape. Need at least 2 loop cuts there to get this curve. It's a little bit of a weird looking wobble right now, but it will get repaired. It looks like it's coming along nicely. Yeah, it's starting to get someplace. Slowly, slowly, slowly starting to get someplace. Getting the big blocks in position. Yeah. Like, the handguard is the part that was scaring me the most. Because it's complicated. But it's working. I'm glad I decided to use a solidify modifier for this bit, because I did not want to know what this would have been like. Otherwise, yikes. Okay, and I'm definitely going to need to cut a bunch of these vertices, because good grief, this is a lot. And I need to ease those angles accordingly. Okay. Let's see. I'm definitely going to need to add another corner to these, because that is not right. Starting to get there. Okay, slowly but certainly, we're getting there. This is so wildly messy. Oh my word. Okay. Getting there. Let's see if this will help. Yes. Okay. There's got to be a way to simplify this mesh. Yes, there is. I see it. That ought to save a bunch of headaches. Okay. Sometimes it's about finding a way to remove complexity rather than add it. Although it looks like I still need these ones to have the line. To just carry. Over here. Okay, that'll work. Okay. Now what I want to do is add 3 loop cuts here. Let's see, how am I going to bridge this? Not 100% sold on how I'm handling these parts. I'm not 100% sold on how I'm handling this. Let's think. Is it a matter of order again? It definitely does want to be more organic, I think. At least some parts definitely want to be more organic. I don't know, it's messy. I'm not sure about this. At the end of the day, it's the subdiv that's making it unpredictable. Once again, okay, so subdivision off. That way I can't let you control my thought process. Now it wants that other row again. It's ridiculous. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna need to take this as more of a guideline than a hard and fast rule because this is looking grim. Like, yikes. I'm not vibing with what I'm seeing. I'm gonna grab all of these. And just be gone with them for now. Because none of this is vibing with me. And none of it is looking right. So for now, let's look at getting this leading edge shape to be functional for the purpose of being the right shape for a hand guard overall. Okay, now that goes away. And now I'm just going by feel. Because trying to keep that formulaic and on the original sketch is not working. We've finally got an organic shape on that curvature. Also, I think it's time for a hydrate because I forgot to switch on my timer again. So, everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. If I could not inhale it, it would be immensely helpful. Ow. Inhaling your beverage, 0 out of 10, do not recommend. Inhaling liquids is generally a bad idea. Agreed. Agreed. Wholeheartedly. Wow. Anal. Okay. If it's too broad, then what's gonna happen is that it's gonna be clunky and unwieldy. But there's definitely enough knuckle room around this, I think, to actually be able to get the hand in there. Which is, at the end of the day, the main point. Now at the moment it looks a little bit spidery. But we are not far from being able to add a little bit more curvature on the inside of these fingers. But let's just get the rest of the flight fingers in as well. Okay. Straighten up that knuckle. Here. There we go. Okay, one more of those. Now I see another issue in terms of relativity, and that is height, and that is because I tried to bend these too much. Okay. That is hopefully easy enough to undo. Or at least reduce. Okay, that works. That works. Yes. Yes, that works. Let me get our endpoints in good places. That's probably the best bet. Okay, endpoint locations is good. Okay, I'm definitely going to need to apply the solidify modifier at some point in the not too distant future. Okay. How's that now? Definitely smoother. Okay. Shoulders still need work over here. And I want to do a subdivide here. Join. Join. Dissolve that edge. And this one, I want to rotate. And actually split. A lot less polygons than I thought they would be. Impressive. I tried to do something similar to probably be double or triple that. Woo! I'm finally free from lurking. Welcome back, Zany. Yeah. At the moment... Wait, how many polys have we actually got at the moment? Yeah, I took out the subdivision modifier, and currently I've got a couple of extra vertices being produced by our solidify, which is just giving us a bit of extra madness over here. Where is... I want to actually turn this on. Let's see what we're actually dealing with. It's looking great so far. Yay! I'm glad. I'm glad. We are starting to get what is resembling a dragon hilt hand guard. Starting to. I'm on take 2 on the wings. Okay, just copied the solidify modifier to the lower jaw so that we can actually see it. Okay. All things considered, it's not going terribly badly. We've at least got a half a sword. We've got a half a sword. Okay. I still need to investigate how I'm going to handle the head area. Finished. But let us resume. Half a sword is better than no sword? I agree. We're a lot further down the line than when we started with our default cube at the start of stream. Okay. That works for there, I think, yeah. Loop cut. Like that. This is basically the absolute roughest version of what we're trying to achieve. grab these because I want to actually be able to see them from the top. Okay, that'll work. Okay, now 2 cuts. Like that. Now, let's see. Can probably crump this ever so slightly. There we go. Next joints. I'm gonna need to definitely work on making this look a little bit more delicate. Because it's just a wee bit gaudy at the moment. Okay. There we go. Okay. Happiness is. How are we feeling about this? This can come out a little bit more. That can go in a little bit more. There we go. That's caging a bit more nicely now. Definitely caging a bit more nicely now. It's not one-to-one to the sketch we had by a long ways, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Let's use as few vertices as possible for this side, shall we? That works. That works, that works, that works. Pull this out. A useful rule to follow when doing poly modeling like this is use as many vertices as necessary, but definitely as few as possible. Oh boy. Okay, that's got a nice flow. That's got a nice flow now. Now I'm happy with that cage. Now I just need to slide these two. One at a time. Goodness. Like that. Okay, now, let's make this narrower. Ay, ay, ay. What just happened? Wait. Okay. That should help make it look a little bit less all over the show. Well, where's the camera? Where are we? Where are we? Where were we? Okay. Okay, let's just do an object mode check. Just so that we can see exactly how it's behaving. So far, respectably. Okay. Okay, so then the next thing. Oh boy. Now let's see if we can get this to also arch nicely from this side. Because that explains the weird stuff that's happening on the twist. There we go. Okay, that looks significantly better. Okay, I can roll with that. I can roll with that. Nice and dainty. This entire wire type shell frame thing, it only works when it is significantly fine. Otherwise it just looks kind of clunky and a little bit cheap. Which we absolutely do not want. How's that? Not quite there yet. Okay, I'm switching to my stylus because honestly this mouse is starting to hurt to use. Okay, I lie, it wasn't starting to hurt to use, it was aching for a while now. Like, I am slightly amazed, actually, at how much it hurts to use a mouse. It's weird, now that I think about it. Okay, that's 2 out of too many. Okay. Let me just do the splits. No, I am not counting. That's probably an issue. No, it won't be because it is gonna be slightly different between each one anyway because of their different shapes and proportions of the gaps that they've got to bridge. Sure, don't think too hard. Okay. Making a start. Almost got these arches. Almost got them all. At least from this angle. Okay. Starting to make sense. Starting to. Okay. So I still need to straighten the majority of those arches because they're still wobbly from other views. But we're getting places. Save. With that, let's head back to the head section here. I just realized I'm hungry. Oh dear. Okay. What's the time? 4:33. Okay. Save. It's probably a good idea. Yeah, that's looking a little bit more done. Now that we've got the top of the neck in place as well. How's that handling? Covering the pommel? The hilt connection, it is covering that pretty well. Okay, awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That helps. So still not connected to anything, really. But we're getting places. I'll see what the inside of the mouth is going to end up doing. It's not looking terrible, I think. I think it's getting there. Okay. Slightly less rough. Yeah. Not all the way mirror shiny, but just a little bit more shiny. Yeah. Okay. Then, what's the next piece? There is the mouth interior, and we're gonna start with that with a cone. I believe is a good idea to start with a cone on this. 6 vertices is enough. 7 vertices is enough because we've got to include the one that happens on top. Okay, 6. Depth 0.02. Radius 0.01. And I'm still going to shrink it. And edit mode. Pull you up. Rotate 90. Rotate 180. Where was my brain? Not between my ears. Clearly. Something like that. Okay. Object mode, shade auto smooth. Material gold. There we go. Add modifier, mirror, clipping. Edit. Top face begone. Okay, let's get this inner mouthpiece to also work out. Okay, how's that? Not quite. Brad, hello, hello. Half a sword is better than no sword. Yeah, it's like how a quarterstaff is better than no staff. I agree. How goes sorting? Once upon a time there used to be a default cube. I have managed to somehow half destroy my hand operating a mouse in the meantime. But with the need to use a mouse wheel, I keep finding myself coming back to it instead of using my stylus. But Brid, how are you doing? It's been a while. Hope you're holding out okay. Not nice on the hand. Yeah, just a little. It's... It is what it is. Today's been great, lots of things happening, obsessively writing lore for the new OC, woohoo, and tons of stuff. Awesome! It's always fun when the new OC sparks writerly madness. Hehehehe. Sorry, welcome in, welcome in. Also, it's funny that you say been a while, like I wasn't in VC lockdown. Yes, well, VC, you know what, fair. I feel like it's just, it's a different thing looking on chat on OBS and looking on chat in Discord. It feels weird. It feels like we're in totally different spaces in that case, you know? But Sai, welcome in. We're busy working on 3D modeling Zany's sword. I think slip since then counts as been a while. You know what? In some cases, I think that is probably the accepted definition. And a really dumb joke about a non-Newtonian door. A non-Newtonian door? Huh? That's fair since you really do sleep. Oh dear. Who is the you in that really? Who is the you in that really? Sleep is but a myth. The burb who set her sleep schedule to 2 short sleeps to work more. it's not to work more, it's to work at a time when you guys are here. It's to work in your guys' time zone rather than my own. Because otherwise I'd probably mostly be live when you guys are either at work or asleep. So it's time zone management. I hate having to manage the space-time continuum. Yeah, it's messy. It gets really messy. The door thing ended up as a non sequitur. The short version is a trespasser explaining that a hideout isn't actually sealed behind a heavy metal door. Them and some friends, after a ton of effort, managed to get it halfway between 3D space and 4D space, so you're running, you smack into it, and then move slow, can just walk through. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, Bread, follow-up question. Have you indeed watched Imagining the 10th Dimension? The reaction, you guys are weird as a braid roll smacks into it. Oh my word. Come on. I haven't watched that. Please watch it. It's 11 minutes. And it's actually really clever physics. You actually meant non-Newtonian? I thought you meant non-Euclidean. Yeah, it's actually a really fun concept. I love it. Also known as oobleck. Oh my. What a word. Most of my thoughts on 4D stuff comes from college math. Learning about nth dimension vectors and discrete math had its use. Yep. I can't say that I relate in the sense that I dropped out of math like... I pretty much dropped out of math like my life depended on it. Because my sanity most certainly did. At the soonest possible opportunity. Because A-level mathematics and your burb did not agree with one another. I managed to somehow get through O-level, but don't ask me about A-level math. I just fell off the bus. So hard there. The non-Newtonian that got stuck in my head was a D&D monster. GM threw non-Newtonian gelatinous cubes. You had to miss an attack to hit it. Oh, wow. Oh, that is a brilliant idea. I agree. Oh, my word. Do it. They also had a low AC, so the 10 below hit, and a neutral 1 is a crit. Oh, wow. I somehow threw a knife and it bounced into a crit. I rolled a nat 20, then a nat 1, double crit. Oh my word. Battle for the ages, wow. Okay, so now I need to make an adjustment to this. That needs to come in like so, and that like so. I don't play in D&D. I've mainly played a system called M&M, but I'll adapt it mechanically if I use it. I've heard of, have I? I think it's something that I'm... M&M. That sounds vaguely familiar. Mutants and Masterminds. Okay. Was also the campaign where the DM asked me to play the settings God of Chaos and quote unquote. I can't think of anyone more qualified. Oh dear. Mainly for superhero settings. I see. Okay. Okay, so Whatever I do on the inside has to fit around this madness. Okay. Object. Back to the low. This is horns, mouth in there. Okay. Edit mode. Boom. Extrude. Meow. Extrude. And of course it went all the way over yonder. Exactly where I don't need it. There we go. Now how many do I need? Let's start with one loop cut over here. One, two, three, four. Bridge. There we go. Now I need to close this gap. Which I'm going to do how? First by hiding those two. And the base. Yes. Okay. Start with an extrusion once again. Oh. Okay, ought to roughly half do it, I think, hopefully. Now we still need to put the entire top of the head in place, but we're off to a good start. Let's try that. And something like so. I am now so disoriented in terms of where I am. Okay, now I can think. Now I can think. Now I've found where I'm at again. Okay. Sense of balance restored. Sense of direction restored. Okay. Let's just make that make sense again. Okay. So next problem to solve is bridging these loops on the mouth interior. That's how many? 1, 2. So we just need one loop cut here. Full. Full. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. This is the single strangest looking setup I've worked with in a long while, but it's fine. Let's just get those in place again so that I can see what I've got and where I've got gaps. Okay, so the next thing is going to be here. Okay, that got messy. Let's see, this should be a little bit narrower. I just caught myself making really weird expressions while trying to figure out what I'm looking at here. Ah! It's fine. It's fine. How did I realize that? Because my lip split in the process. Ow. Why does this keep happening? Why do I keep finding new ways to hurt myself while drawing? This is not intentional. This is really not intentional. Okay. Now. Those two should be able to join up. As well as those two. And you. And you. And you. All right. Now we need one loop cut over here. Merge at last. Oh. Merge at last. Pull. Pull. And then how many splits here? Just one. Pull. And pull. Woohoo! Mouth interior sorted. Let's just see if we can do something about these normals, because it's looking a little bit strange. Mesh normals recalculate. They are okay. That's why. Ew. That's why this is broken. There's extra stuff here that is not supposed to be here. Well, let you look at that. There we go. Problem almost all resolved. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now the head just needs its gem and this top jaw piece, and then the head is pretty much in place. Woohoo! Okay, so let's just check where we're at. Because then I'm gonna call it for the day. We got most of the way. With the fiddly bits. We got most of the way with the fiddly bits. It's coming along, yeah. Slowly but certainly. Which isn't bad considering that the wing section I had to redo. But it's actually looking like an it's actually almost looking like a viable weapon. Almost. Which, so far, is all I could have asked for. Are there possibly ways that I could have done this better? Maybe. Except I'm kind of brute forcing my way through this without, you know, using paths or what have you to get lines. Why did I not think of that? Why did I not think of that until just this second? I could have used paths. Paths would have made these flippin' wings so much easier than whatever this is. Oh my. That hurt. That hurt. Okay. It's fine. I will deal with it. I'll see if it's really just late thoughts happening. I might actually end up redoing those flight fingers again. Because paths would make more sense. Paths would make more sense. And they'd be aesthetically pleasing without needing to apply a subdivision surface modifier. Okay. I will do that another time. Okay. Save. But yeah, we've got most of a sword. So it is just finishing off the pommel, and then the madness that is the crossguard and the embedded gems that go on the upper part of the fuller. And then we've actually got a weapon. So there's also going to be some bits that I need to cut out of the fuller as well. Not out of the fuller, out of the blade tang over here. So there's got to be a little hollow, and then two little slide rail shaft gap things over here. But we're almost there. Technically this and this, in a proper build, would be the same piece of metal. I might actually end up fusing them together, we'll see. Just to make sure that it makes metallurgical sense. Maybe I should just do that real quick. How quick is real quick gonna be? Edit mode. How many vertices have I got here? Way too many. Okay, it's not gonna be real quick. It's not gonna be real quick. Okay. But I'm happy with the shape of the blade. Like, sure. I'm actually really happy with the shape of the blade. Like, I feel like that is something that an artist would be able to work with. Like, just still lacking crossguard, obviously, but we're starting to get a sense of... Teo, hello, hello. You caught me just as I was about to wrap up for today. We have been building swords. I'm not blacksmith, but that looks pretty good to me. It has one part and the other part, and the outside and the inside. Yeah, it's got parts. It's an almost functional sword. So it's literally then just the top of the pommel, and then the crossguard, and then it'll be everything we need to call this mostly done. Then I just need to do the leather wrapping and the engraving of the name. I actually need to still make this not perfectly round, because perfectly round is actually not good. So we're going to take this and we're going to go scale X and just make it narrower. Just narrower. There we go. Because that gives the hand a sense of directionality, so that in the grip you know which orientation the blade's at. I know a bit about blacksmithing, and just imagining making that in real life would be a headache. Yes, it was a headache making this in 3D. Oh my word. I don't know the anatomy of a sword. Yeah, no lightsaber handles. Ovular is more ergonomic. Yeah. It just helps you to identify which direction you're actually holding the blade in, because it is really, really, really bad to be trying to, you know, slash with the blade, and then, you know, you're swinging with the blunt side. Whoopsie. Lightsabers can get away with circular handles because they don't have edge alignment. This is true. However, as someone who operates a implement with a circular handle pretty much all day, every day, let me tell you, if the buttons are in the wrong place and you've got it in the wrong orientation, accidentally pressing those buttons, oh boy. Imagine you're trying to do a fight and then you accidentally switch it off because, nope, thumb. Oh dear. It wouldn't be your problem immediately afterwards, because you would be half a Jedi. They have the Force, so they just know. Maybe. I don't think it's... If they would just know that much, I think maybe Order 66 may not have been quite so effective. Magic blades do what magic blades do best. Yes, this is true. But yeah, I'm pretty happy that we are making good headway. Now this view you can actually see the shapes a little bit more clearly. But anyway, thank you guys so much. We have definitely made huge progress. Lightsabers aren't magic, they're science fantasy, yes, indeed. It is fantasy materials put together in sci-fi ways to do cool stuff that does not make sense in the physical realm. I love science fantasy, honestly. Yeah, let me just give you minor spoiler. Misthaven, science fantasy. Totally a science fantasy world build. The entire thing. Just start to finish, it's science fantasy. It doesn't necessarily look like it on the surface, depending on which planet you're looking at the time, but it's totally a science fantasy. Like a smattering of fantasy elements and then a whole bunch of logic to make it make sense. Science fantasy with fantasy aesthetic? Yeah. That would be it in a nutshell. Except for the parts that lean more to the science aesthetic, but it depends on where you're looking. Whereas Star Wars is science fantasy leaning a bit more towards sci-fi. Yeah. I would actually argue leaning a little bit more towards political drama than sci-fi, but anyway. That's just the aesthetic. Yeah. If we're talking storytelling, then it's totally political drama. If we're talking aesthetic, it's totally more science. Well, there's a clear difference between Star Wars and Final Fantasy XIII. Yes, that is true. That one is firmly in the middle ground because it has its feet so very firmly planted on both sides of that fence. I played a little bit of 13 some years ago. Haven't finished it. I got stuck in front of a boss room that I couldn't clear the boss because I was too low level. And forgot to grind. Can't tell you for the life of me which boss. But I also remembered that I was kind of stuck in one specific space because it was kind of between a mid-level boss and a main boss type thing. Oh dear. Hello, Toaster. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me just hit the save button again and head to the chatting screen. Ooh, okay. We are here, and once again, it appears that my hotkeys are not hotkeying. Blah. But it's all good. Yes. I played it once on my brother's 360, then came back to it a week later and had no memory of where I was or what I had to do, so I just abandoned it. Oh dear. Oh no. Feet hurt, uniform is assembled, and the area is made to standard as best as possible. Well done, Toaster. Well done. Congrats. Hehe. I've spent the last hour and a half, 2 hours. 2 hours. I completely forgot to hydrate the last 2 hours. So, everyone, let us acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. I have to be awake in about 6 hours. Then I wish you strength and a power nap. I wish you strength and power nap, honestly. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Yeah, I'm due up again in 3.5 hours. I too shall have power nap. Before I need be awake again. What day of the week is it? Wait. I need to actually make sure of that because depending on what day of the week it is, I actually have an appointment in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I've got an appointment in 5.5 hours. Whoopsie. Good thing I checked. So yeah, I gotta power nap and be conscious soon. Oh dear. Crazy. It is, in fact, yes, it is in fact today that I have to be awake and fully functional and brain operational. Bleh. Sleeper lady, yes, I will. I'm just gonna go, have a mug of milk just so that I stave off the hunger that hit me at 3. It's now 5. Anyway, good night all. Thank you so much for being here. And big thanks, as always, to our paladins who have been helping us out in terms of keeping the channel afloat while the commissions are still taking a while to actually get out of the door. It really means a lot. So to Bread and to Alex and of course to Zany as well, many thank yous for being part of the channel memberships. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys again tomorrow. Just a reminder, in case you didn't read the small wall of text on the schedule posted today, from Wednesday onward, any streams will be happening on a guerrilla timeline, because I will no longer, until after the 6th of June, I will not be able to commit to streaming at our usual stream time slots. So I'll actually need to be operational in my own time zone at that time. So you would be able to expect that if I stream on a given day, it will be from approximately 6 hours from now-ish on a given day. So whatever time it is for you, about 6.5 hours from now, that is about the time at which I might potentially be able to start streaming, until approximately the 6th of June. And it's going to be very ad hoc because there is a lot happening IRL, and I need to be logistically free and available to do the things. So yes, it will be busy. It will be busy. Let's just phrase it that way. But yes, good night everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. We got most of a sword. Crazy. But alright. thank you guys. Night night. And until tomorrow, where we might be continuing 3D modeling or we might be continuing reference sheeting. One of the two, most likely. Most likely. Also depending on internet, because I was kind of using borrowed internet today. Whoops. Anyway, good night, rest well, and cheery bye. Night all.